Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, Vice Mayor and council members. I call this special meeting of Albany City Council for July 1st, 2024 to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hanson Romero.
Here.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Tiedemann.
Here.
Vice Mayor Lopez.
Here.
And Mayor Mickey.
Welcome, Vice Mayor and council members. I call this special meeting of Albany City Council for July 1st. I did that out of order. I was supposed to have read. The City of Albany recognizes that we occupied the land originally protected by the Confederated Village of Lishan. We acknowledge the genocide that took place on these lands and must make strides to repay the moral debt that is owed to this indigenous people, specifically the Ohlone tribe. We thank them for their contributions, which have transformed our community and will continue to bring forth growth and unity. The City of Albany commits to sustaining ongoing relationships with the tribe and together build a better future for all that now make this their home. With that, we'll move to closed session, a conference on legal counsel. Any public comment? No. Not seeing any public comment. We'll go to closed session. Welcome back, everyone. Coming back from closed sessions, there's no reportable action taken. And with that, we will adjourn the special meeting, and we'll open up the regular meeting tonight. Let's see. So again, welcome, Vice Mayor and council members. I call the regular meeting of Albany City Council for July 1st, 2024 to order. Councilmember Tiedemann, would you read the land acknowledgement statement?
The City of Albany recognizes that we occupy the land originally protected by the Confederated Villages of LaShawn. We acknowledge the genocide that took place on these lands and must make strides to repay the moral debt that is owed to this indigenous people, specifically the Ohlone tribe. We thank them for their contributions, which have transformed our community and will continue to bring forth growth and unity. The City of Albany commits to sustaining ongoing relationships with the tribe and together build a better future for all that now make this their home.
Thank you, Councilmember Tiedemann. City Clerk, will you please call roll?
Councilmember Hanser-Amaro.
Here.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Tiedemann.
Here.
Vice Mayor Lopez.
Here.
And Mayor Mickey.
Here. And with that, we'll move on to item 2, closed session. 2-1, public employee performance evaluation. Public employee Nicole Almaguer. And with that, we'll take any public comment. Any public comment in the room? None in the room. Any online? Not seeing any public comment. We'll close for, we'll go to closed session. It's going to start up at 6:45. So we were going to take a little 15-minute break. Welcome back, everyone. We'll move on to item 3, report on actions taken in closed sessions. There are no reportable actions taken tonight. We'll move on to item number 4, ceremonial matters. And this and all comments and questions during the meeting, please address the council and not other attendees, and respect each person that has spoken. The city council wants everyone to feel comfortable speaking and not be intimidated by others' comments or reactions. I will move on to item number 4-1, proclamation and certificate of recognition, Albany High School Ultimate Frisbee Team. In recognition of the Albany High School Ultimate Frisbee Team. Whereas the Albany High School Ultimate Frisbee Team achieved and won their crowning moment at the California State D1 Championship in Stockton in May. And whereas the Albany High School Ultimate Frisbee Team clinched a thrilling 9-8 victory over rival Berkeley High in the championship game, led by senior captain Lucas Zeiger and Gabe Lloyd, who poetically secured the win on the final point. And whereas the Ultimate Frisbee's journey in Albany schools has been nothing short of inspiring, beginning at Albany Middle School in 2017 to its introduction at Albany High School in 2020. And whereas this season, Albany High School Ultimate Frisbee solid 8-2 league record and consistent top 4 placement in tournaments are a testament to the team's hard work. And whereas the Albany High School Ultimate Frisbee team's progress has been marked by determination and teamwork. And whereas the Albany High School Ultimate Frisbee, with enthusiasm for future, set their sights on bringing the championship trophy back to Albany and extend their heartfelt gratitude to all supporters. Now, therefore, the Albany City Council does hereby recognize the Albany High School Ultimate Frisbee team's coaches, players, parents, and players for all their success in representing Albany. And if I could call Coach Lawrence up.
Thank you. First of all, team, this is awesome. Thank you. Appreciate much, Mayor. Hard work, dedication. I just want to give a few shouts out to our coaches, Coach Min, Coach Phil, that were integral for this year. And I also want to give shout outs to the middle school program that really, in 2017, really built the program. And that was again on, whereas Heike Abeck was part of this journey, started the program, Min Sai, and Coach Ben, who's in Hawaii, aloha. And also thank you to the Albany High School, administration for their help and our supporters and our families. And so this is an honor. Thank you very much, Mayor. Yes. All right.
I'll hand them there.
Oh, good. Okay. Let's see here what we got here. So I'm going to name some people, and there's some of them are not here, but they're in our hearts here. We have Adil Ali. He's not here, but he's an ultimate amazing player. He's playing Frisbee right now. Muhammad Awais. Shout out to him. Judah Branoff, shout out to Judah. Woo. Jonah Brochard, he's playing ultimate. Eli Denny, come on up and get your certificate, young man. AKA Blaze. Awesome, man. You're welcome. Jasper Graff. Sander Lieberman. One of our captains, our key captains, Gabe Lloyd. Amazing player. Dimitri Meyer. Mr. Poised, Alex Poi. Nick Russa. Mr. Chill. Triangle, Evan Sullivan. Ben Sumrall. Hugo Tsai. Evan Weinstein, aloha to you. He's on vacation. Matt Wong. Our other captain, Z, Lucas Zeiger. Coach Phil Brochard. Wish you were here, buddy. Lawrence McKendall, where could he be? And last but not least, this is a very important figure in Albany Ultimate, Coach Min Sai. Anybody else? Okay, that's our proclamation. I do want to shout out Sarah Neto and for all the hard work you've done for the program. Thank you very much. And Jesse Lloyd and Mariana Russa, thank you very much.
Any public comment on this item? Any public comment online? Any council comments?
Just say, wow, what a final. I wish I was there. I'm curious, how many are coming back next year? All right.
We have a shot for a national next year.
Make it happen. Woo! Okay. We'll take that to heart. Thank you for doing Albany proud.
Awesome. Thank you for coming tonight. Oh, sorry, did you all want to take a picture with council? Okay.
It's the currency of the land now.
Should we stay back here this time? Yeah.
Take the non-tech person.
Okay. He told me he knew some people on the team.
There's more of us than Jennifer. Be able to see the camera. This team.
Oh, we're waiting for the shirt to go on.
I'm going to count 1, 2, 3. Okay, you guys.
Thank you. Thank you. I will say for fundraising, I would buy a jersey. So if the team wants to do fundraising and sell jerseys, I would buy a jersey. So.
those look like great jerseys.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. We'll move on to item 5, City Manager's Report. City Manager, may the council have your report?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to note that our election nomination period begins July 15th, which is right around the corner. Please take the time to review the city's website for important information about candidacy and the opportunity to pull papers for either the city council election of members of the city council, 3 seats, as well as the Albany Unified School District Board of Education, 2 seats. We have a easy-to-follow link, albanyca.org/election, and I will be remiss not to share that our city clerk keeps this page actively updated throughout the election season, so please check back frequently to learn of candidates as they qualify for the ballot. Following along in terms of election information, given that the City of Albany, both for City Council and Board of Education, follow a ranked choice voting plurality method, we have information sessions set up to help make this newer voting method more understandable and user-friendly. So please take advantage of these upcoming learning opportunities. These are virtual sessions that will also be available on playback. And we have another short link for this website, albanyca.org/RCV. Last Thursday, we had an event on Solano Avenue that was truly one of a kind and history in the making. The San Francisco Opera drove over to Albany in a box to present Bohème Out of the Box. It was a wonderful turnout. We estimated over 500 people in attendance. Perfect day on Solano Avenue, enjoying our local businesses, as well as the performance. We hope that we have started a new tradition here and are grateful to San Francisco Opera for joining our community and look forward to what comes next. 4th of July is right around the corner. The same department that helped facilitate the Opera Out of the Box is now busily working on our 4th of July celebration, which will be in Memorial Park, 11 to 3 o'clock. All kinds of variety of bands and fun for all ages. The department does a really good job at thinking through how to make the event as fun as possible, so join us for lunch options, kids' activities, free bike parking, and also a city information booth. Believe it or not, I think I just mentioned that summer had started, but our school year is forthcoming very soon, and our Fall Friendship Club is open for enrollment. I underscore that this program usually fully enrolls, so please take the opportunity to enroll early. This is for school-age children in 1st through 5th grades, and it's an after-school care program with a lot of learning involved as well. Our Albany Fire Department took part in a multi-agency wildland exercise, including the City of Berkeley in coordination with Moraga, Orinda, Richmond, and Contra Costa County Fire. This was a wildfire response exercise which included multiple fire engines and firefighters throughout the area practicing familiarization with structure defense and water zone reviews. And along those lines, please note that fireworks are prohibited in Albany, and this is a friendly reminder that we really need to protect our community, including in the drier months when fireworks could be of risk. If you do experience exposure to illegal fireworks in your neighborhood, we encourage you to call our non-emergency police department public safety number at 510-525-7300. And finally, as you may have seen, noticed today, National Weather Service has issued a red flag warning for the East Bay Hills from 11 p.m. today to 11 p.m. tomorrow, July 2nd. This is when weather conditions are unfortunately ripe for extreme wildfire events. So please be aware of these gusty winds and hot, dry conditions and urge your care during that time. More information on all disaster-related issues and specific to this current event can be found at readyalbany.org. And that concludes my report.
Thank you for your report, City Manager. Any council questions? Not seeing any council questions. Any public comments? Public comment on the City Manager's report? A public comment on the City Manager's report? Okay, we'll come to the other item in a second. If you could give the city clerk your slip, though, she'll call you up. Perfect. Any online? Perfect. Again, thank you, City Manager. SF Opera was a wonderful event. Thank you to all staff that made that happen. And a special thanks to Councilmember Hanson Romero for making the connection. Otherwise, this may not have happened. In talking with the staff, they said this is the first time SF Opera has done their performance on a closed street, and they were actually really thrilled to do that here in Albany. And the crowd, while the city estimates at 500, it felt like it was more than 500. So let's see. Moving on to item 6, Good of the City. On Good of the City, this is for attendees to provide the council comments, information, and questions on an item that is not on the agenda. Please raise your hand in the room or online if you'd like to speak on an item that's not on the agenda. By state law, known as the Brown Act, the council cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda except under extraordinary circumstances. Rather, items raised may be referred to future agenda or to staff for comment. Any members of the public in the room who would like to speak on Good of the City?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay,
Anita.
well, perfect. How many online? Okay.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. It's an honor to be here, and thank you for taking some time out with me. My name is Anita, and I'm with Oakland Official City Council. And I'm interested in the closing of Golden Gate Fields and also for the good of the city of Albany. I'd like to know if you all have given it any thought of what you'd like to do with it for further investments or all. And also, I know I'm here a little bit early because I also have some plans of thinking the Planning and Zoning Commission. I don't have much information. This is kind of a surprise to me. So I'd like to have it put further on the agenda of Albany, and maybe you take some time out and see and give me some ideas and some suggestions of what to do. I'm here on the behalf of my father, Huey Pierce Locke, L-O-C-H-E, who's now deceased. He's been deceased for 3 years, and also Jane Sion. They were participants and very involved with with Golden Gate Field, probably commission. So that's one of the reasons I can't just let it go and know nothing about it in case, just for my father's sake and for the future of my family as well. Okay, that's all. And it's also in the interest of Albany City.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anita, for coming in and speaking. I believe online you can sign up for notifications about city agendas, and that can keep you informed on when items about Golden Gate Fields come in front of us.
Hi, my name is Mike Zojaji. I have been a resident of City of Albany for 19 years. I've read through the City of Albany Advisory Handbook that provides ethical guidelines and expectations of fairness for the community, prioritizes what's best for the community. Recently, I've looked at the taxes that be used by some council members that is in conflict with the guidelines. I namely want to specify Aaron Tidman. In the past, you have incorrectly promoted the idea that Mayor Mickey has a conflict of interest, forcing him to recuse himself, whereas you actually personally have had financial benefit from EPHO and were in their pockets since March of 2024. Recently, just in the last 2 meetings, you have used deceitful tactics and distortions to obscure truth by using misleading charts and graphs. to deceive the citizens of this town. You have used underhanded tactics for critical items to move them last in the agenda, so they'll be discussed as late as 11 to midnight, and essentially forcing minimal input from the citizens of Albany. This is a clear attempt to minimize public attendance and scrutiny. This is a serious breach of trust and affront to principles of governance. You are a wolf in sheep's clothing. You are a corrupt politician. You are more interested in your own political career than the city of Albany and its community. Preston Jordan, you're a senior member of this council. When you had your platform, you brought Aaron Tiedemann. You're supposed to, as a senior member, guide him through these guidelines, and you have failed to do so. So you are complicit in this activity as well. Residents of Albany deserve better. You need to operate with integrity, transparency, and genuine commitment to serving the entire community. The actions that you have shown fall short of this standard. It's very clear, very blatant. I don't believe either of you, or I do not trust in you being a representative of our community, and I really ask you to resign from your post. Resign, resign, resign. Stop being a corrupt politician. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other public comments on Go to the City in the room? Not seeing any in the room, we'll move to online.
Go ahead, Lucinda.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Yes, this is Lucinda Young. I'm a longtime Albany resident. I had a few comments I'd like to make. In the last few weeks, I've noticed Albany Public Works employees doing landscaping, and I've been very happy to see they're using electronic equipment, not gas, in addition to reducing greenhouse gas emissions, which is causing the climate crisis. Our city employees are no longer being exposed to the dangerous toxins from gas emissions. And I did speak with one of the Public Works employees, and he indicated that the electric devices are working well, and he's relieved to no longer be breathing gas fumes. So I want to applaud this change. My understanding is that city contractors are only supposed to use electric landscaping equipment as well. And I do want to report that in early May, a contractor, CRISP Company, C-H-R-I-S-P, was using gas leaf blowers on Washington Avenue. And their worker indicated to me that the company only uses gas devices and that they had in fact just purchased a large new inventory of gas landscaping equipment. And as you are probably aware, as of the beginning of this year, California prohibits the sale of this equipment, although you can still buy it out of state and on the black market. But I would like to just ask that the city be sure that we're contracting only with contractors who are following our no gas guidelines for landscaping equipment. Second, I want to thank the city for its climate emergency declaration again. With a lot of the world currently under heat advisories, including even our own Alameda County, and with a red flag warning in effect today, this declaration is way overdue. It is important that the declaration be put into action, and with that in mind, I want to ask the city to reconsider its recent authorization of a gas parking enforcement vehicle. I did send the city a detailed email on why I'm asking it be reconsidered. And again, I want to make sure that you're aware that we're talking about more than just one small vehicle. It appears our staff is resisting the transition to electric and holding on to the familiar business as usual. I know change is hard, but it's up to you, our leaders, to lead us in this necessary transition. I can remember when computers were first introduced, there was a lot of resistance in the workplace, and our firm leaders, our business leaders, had to lead us through that transition. The only difference is here we're really dealing with a life and death matter. So I would ask that you please lead us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Lily, and I want to comment about the special tax imposed on the housing providers.
Judy?
And,
Judy?
hello? Yes.
That item will come up later tonight on the agenda. The special tax is agenda item N1.
So I hope it will not push.
Judy, you can call back in when we get to item 10-1. Thank you. Any other online comments? Let's see, not seeing any other online comments. Let's see, as I mentioned earlier, if you want to follow Golden Gate Fields, you can sign up for emails for agendas from the Planning Commission and from City Council, and that you can track any progress on Golden Gate Fields. In addition, the city's website has a page specifically meant for Golden Gate Fields updates. Let's see, no other questions. We can move on to consent calendar.
Well, actually, I was wondering.
Sorry.
A commenter said that the city, I understood them correctly, they said the city has a policy that their landscaping contractors will not use gas-powered equipment. I'm not aware of that policy, so I don't know if staff can opine on that or fill me in, or.
Sure, thank you, Councilmember Jordan. I've noted that as well, as I've reported previously, and I will confer with our department head again. We do fully comply with the responsibility for utilization of electric equipment and have transitioned away from gas-powered, including with our contractors. Sometimes there's misinformation between exchanges. I will make sure to follow up at your next meeting to confirm our current practice.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you for that clarification. Moving on to item 7, consent calendar. On the consent calendar, items on the consent calendar are considered to be routine by the City Council and would be enacted by one motion. By approval of the consent calendar, the staff recommendation will be adopted unless otherwise modified by the City Council. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless a City Council member or a member of the audience requests removal of an item from the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to discuss an item separately or pull it from consent? Not seeing any items from council members. Are there any members of the public that would like to pull a consent item? Not seeing any in the room. What about online? Okay, not seeing any items to be pulled. I
will move the consent calendar.
Seconded.
Councilmember Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lopez?
Yep.
Mayor Mickey?
Yes.
Councilmember Hanser Romero?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Moving on to item 8, presentation. Request for amendment to the Racial Inclusivity and Social Equity Commission, the RISE Commission, work plan. The RISE Commission recommendation and staff recommendation that the City Council review the proposed amendment to the Racial Inclusivity and Social Equity Commission work plan and provide direction to the RISE Commission.
Good evening, Council. The item before you tonight is a request from the Racial Inclusivity and Social Equity, or RISE Commission, to amend their work plan. At their May meeting, the commission discussed to propose removing the work plan item regarding housing elements since the newly established Housing Advisory Commission will be tasked with housing element-related work items, and to add a few new items to their work plan based on the Racial Equity Impact Plan. And we have the chair of the RISE Commission, Charlie Trenkle, here to present their request to you.
Hi. Okay. So we're requesting to remove item 2 because it's taken care of by the Housing Commission. And then we are requesting to include 3 new items, which are listening sessions, recommending having listening sessions for community members to share their stories. And also we want to add communication, which is we provide recommendations on how the city can better communicate with impacted groups, youth, and all of its citizens. And also inclusive sports, which is provide recommendations on how the city can foster inclusive sports where non-typical youth interact as teammates, and typical youth interact as teammates. For our current work plan, we want to add these items because we're in our current work plan, we're done with a lot of them. So for the racial equity survey, it's like being implemented, but it's paused. So there's nothing we can do right now. And then we want to remove item 2. And then we keep the sugar sweetened beverage tax because we need to do it again next year. And then we're working on the city equity statement, but we should be done with it pretty soon. And then the city racial equity office, we have sent in the recommendation. Yes, and then for our read-along program recommendation, we are almost done with that too. So that's why we want to add more items.
Thank you. I'm looking to council for questions.
Well, on the racial equity survey, I think it would be useful to have an update from the city manager because I think it's not quite as represented at the current state.
Sure. The survey was put on hold because we had some serious issues that had been raised by members of our community with regard to some of the questions on the survey and an interest to amend some questions to make sure we were including all members of our community. Unfortunately, the consultant was unwilling to make that change. At that point in time, it was determined that we couldn't proceed with that work, and as such, that work has permanently been put on pause as staff will work with the city council to identify other opportunities to move those initiatives forward.
Thank you. My understanding of the memo, and thank you for being here, for doing the work, for serving the city, is correct. I think it said that there a recommendation from RISE regarding a racial equity office, the creation thereof, has been referred to council. I don't recall seeing that. Maybe I missed it. I don't know if anybody else.
I can speak to that as well.
Thank you.
It was received through the commission to the staff level. Staff then coordinates with the representatives from the commission to understand the request further. Clearly, that has not been submitted to the council yet. It will be forthcoming. The questions will remain about time and funding, but the first step is for staff to coordinate with the commission.
Okay, thank you. I was worried I missed something.
Is there any public comment on this or no? There is.
There will be after council questions.
I'm wondering if this is something that we would want to take back to an ad hoc, since we were on the initial ad hoc process to make the changes and take a look at the revisions on a side note and see how possibly what we would want to proceed with or not.
I'm agreeable to an ad hoc because that gives us opportunity to have more intentional conversations with the commissioners and also with city staff. For instance, being aware and apprised of status of the racial equity survey, I think there's opportunity there to have a similar work plan item, but reimagine. For instance, reimagine racial equity. As that would be a work plan, but I think it would need to be hashed out what that looks like depending on the direction of lack thereof with the racial equity survey itself. So I think there's some things that need to be appropriately vetted and discussed more in depth, and I don't know if we as a council have the capacity to have that conversation tonight. And as many folks are aware who are in these conversations, in these spaces, you can't have a solid conversation on racial equity and social justice in 5-minute time, 10-minute time. That doesn't help in establishing what solutions may look like, even if it's just mapping out a game plan. These require intentional conversation. And I'll just end that long-winded response with saying that I appreciate RISE Commission giving us these suggested work plan to work with, because it gives a lot for us to start to marinate on a bit and really think about. I wish we had the capacity and the ability to go through these one by one in this moment, but when it concerns anything that has to do with race and social inclusivity, I believe it always requires having intentional conversation. I love the suggestion of maybe curating another ad hoc committee to make sure we're doing this right.
And just to be clear, I'd be willing to bring it back to us as the ad hoc since we began the work.
Seeing no other questions, we'll open up for public comment.
Hi, Elaine Stelton, and I apologize for not checking the figures, but as reported on Nextdoor, which is not a very reliable source, this survey cost $123,700. I hope that's not true. I really do. That would be a ridiculous sum for this survey. It was highly sloppy. I studied surveys in college a bit, and it was very sloppy. It was missing a lot of really pertinent questions. It was very biased. So I'm hoping that this organization did not get paid if they weren't going to do a reliable job. I hope the city stopped funding this hugely expensive survey. If that is the number, what I said on Nextdoor is, I said it is a survey monkey survey, if you noticed. And I said a monkey could have done a better job of the survey, and I stand by that.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Margie Marks. I approve, I really agree with what the RISE Commission wants to do. Since the survey is on hold, I think it would be really appropriate to have a listening session around racial equity in the city of Albany, because I don't see where we're going forward. It doesn't look like it's going to be anytime soon we'll go forward with any other kind of survey again. So I think the last public citywide listening session that I remember or know of was right after George Floyd was killed. We had there was great participation. I learned a lot. I think other people in the city learned a lot. And so I would like to see the commission go forward with scheduling some kind of public input for the public on this. It's a way of moving it forward. Even if you're not doing the survey, it's a way of getting input and moving forward with this issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Not seeing any online comments. Bring it back to council for discussion.
Thank you for that. And thank you to our representative from RISE and the work put into this. I would be happy to move this forward tonight. I appreciate the suggestion of an ad hoc, but I am worried that RISE has decided what they want to add to their work plan, and we're headed into a recess next month. So if we didn't consider this at our next meeting, we probably wouldn't get it to them in time for them to really start working on these things. And it doesn't necessarily feel like it, but we're not that far away from the end of the term for this advisory body. The term of the appointees. We of course reappoint after every election cycle. So I think if there's bigger things to think about of what we want this to look like, and this item is not necessarily about the survey, but about future things we want to do to replace that effort, anything like that, that is maybe a separate issue. I would encourage us to move forward with what the commission has asked for to amend their work plan tonight, and maybe some, additional extracurricular work can take place after that.
Would that be with the understanding of, because we have before us the proposed new work plan for the RISE Commission, I'm operating with the assumption we would take out that first item, the racial equity survey, as it, at this moment, not applicable?
I think we could take it out. I don't know if we need to, there may be things they want to discuss about that or post-mortem it or something. I can imagine that being an issue, and I don't know if we need to take it out. If the rest of the council wants to, sure, but I think as long as we enable them to move forward with the items they want to work on.
I just wanted to ask some questions for clarification, given what one of the commenters raised. Was the consultant who was running the racial equity survey, were they paid the full contract amount?
No, they were not paid the full amount. They did not complete the project.
Okay. I thought it might be useful as well because I know the contract's referred to colloquially as racial equity survey, but the scope was considerably more than that. And so I don't know if you would be willing to say a bit about what more was in the scope, because I think that would help people understand at least what was envisioned and why the cost was stated as, why the contract amount was what it was.
Sure, and walking back in history for perspective, this was a request for qualifications based on direction from the City Council to conduct a racial equity survey and engagement with the community around the topic. What we received was approximately 5 responses with qualifications. There was a subcommittee of the City Council as well as a subcommittee of Social Economic Justice Commission to review the proposals that were received, facilitate a recommendation, and ultimately engage with what appeared to be the most qualified consulting firm. As the work progressed, it was clear that there were some gaps in what was provided, and in terms of answering your question directly, the scope generally involved creating a survey with some background research and community engagement, as well as the potential for fluid conversations around the topic to understand our community as a whole.
Thank you. Yeah, my recollections included listening sessions, essentially town halls, interviews, outreach. So it's going to be both qualitative as well as more quantitative on the survey side. So I tended to think of it more as a characterization of the state of racial equity in the city and perspectives on it than just like a one-shot survey. As far as whether to approve the work plan or not, I listening to deliberation. I don't have a strong opinion on it. What the best way to go forward is. I of course, think that additional items should be approved to some extent.
Not seeing any other comments, I will throw in my comments for discussion. I appreciate the RISE Commission working and really thinking about what program items you have remaining and what items you feel like are being handled by other commissions. I will say with the housing element, I appreciate removing that from your primary responsibility. I would say, though, that I would appreciate if the Housing Advisory Commission, sorry, I would hope that they would feel comfortable reaching out to the RISE should issues come up while reviewing housing element items, because I do think it is important while we have a diversity of people on the Housing Advisory Commission. They're coming from very specific kind of set backgrounds, and I think having the input from the RISE could be beneficial. I don't believe it needs to stay on the work plan, but I do believe, I would hope that you'd be open to having joint sessions and or reviewing items that perhaps the Housing Advisory Commission would send your way. I would agree with Councilmember Tiedemann in terms of work items. I immediately thought about, well, if we form an ad hoc, we have to wait at least one meeting to notice that. And then once we form an ad hoc, we're getting very close to the August recess, in which case staff and commissions and council member are often trying to take a vacation if possible or focus on other things. So I think these three items are items that are really kind of at a starting point. And so the commission can work on these items. Council members can talk with commissioners, or some commissioners at least, about this. And we could still form an ad hoc committee for you all to be able to have discussions with them in more depth as they work through these three items. So I would entertain the idea of going ahead and approving kind of the items that the RISE Commission has requested for their work plan amendment.
I'll move the item.
I will second. Discussion? Not leave opportunity for discussion in the ad hoc group. It is, I think, primarily for me a matter of timing.
I can concur with the understanding of the timing. I don't know if staff had any further recommendations or thoughts on this that they'd like to share, if any, or no?
Should the item move forward, our staff liaison will continue to work with the commission as these items become more developed, and then the council would have the opportunity to review each one as it comes forward for policy direction. So you would continue the conversation.
I would encourage those who are thinking about forming the ad hoc committee to speak with the commissioners as these items come up. If you have particular insight or input you would like to have them think about before it comes to us as a council. Look at them all and make sure that that's all legal.
I'm looking at the schedule, put something else on the table. I'm not set on it, but the RISE Commission's meeting is tomorrow night. And so that agenda is already set. So whatever action is taken here would not be able to be addressed as I read the agenda. In other words, the agenda doesn't have latitude, as I see it, to create subcommittees around the new items. And I presume that the commission is not meeting again until September after tomorrow night. So just by the happenstance of the timing, it seems like if the council chose to create an ad hoc committee, that would allow for conversation over the next week, and then recommendation could come back at our next meeting, and that would not delay the work of the RISE Commission. It would have that, it would have our action in hand as of the meeting in September, which would be the same as if we took action on approving it all tonight. So, I would look to the ad hoc members, and I don't have a strong preference either way. I'm just putting an alternative on the table.
Sorry, before the ad hoc, I think the nuanced difference there would be that while they can't formally take action tomorrow night, commission members knowing that we have approved those items means that individuals could choose to meet so long as they don't form don't violate Brown Act law. So if there are, I think it's a 7-member body, so if 3 members chose to meet because they really wanted to talk about listening sessions, they could start thinking about these items ahead of time.
Again, just alternatives. If the council were to approve all the items at its next meeting, if that was the ad hoc committee's recommendation, that could still occur.
We can't form an ad hoc committee until the next meeting, which means the ad hoc committee can't report back to us.
Oh, wait.
I think you could.
I see. Wow, okay. Yeah, I was presuming we could do it tonight, so.
I do think
Apologies, I did not realize, I thought you had to notice to form an ad hoc committee.
No, I think the way this is, we often do when we know we were going to form it, but here I think the way this is worded, in lieu of approving the amendments, you could form the ad hoc committee to report back to the council on whether to approve the amendments. I think that was what I heard from a couple council members. So I think you could do that tonight, and then at the next meeting, they would report back and you could take action.
Right. So I would entertain a substitute motion.
Well, I would want to hear from the ad hoc committee members themselves, if they are, what they think of these two different approaches, and or possible ad hoc committee members, and you know, what their preference is, and would they want to do that work over the next week, which is when it would need to be done in order to be on our next agenda. So I defer.
I'm supportive either way, whatever route we would go. I think John would hit the nail on the head too, that we have the ability to talk to our respected appointees. We don't necessarily need to create an ad hoc committee to exchange ideas, just as long as we make sure we're not violating any Brown Act provisions. But I think knowing what you had stated, though, that unfortunately, even if we make the decision to approve this as is, without even making an ad hoc committee, it doesn't give the RISE Commission the leverage or the ability to start working on these items officially, or discuss them publicly, I should say, at their next meeting, though they have the ability to talk to each other such that they're not violating Brown Act about these different items, so that they can get prepped for the next meeting in September. So I think with that mindset, allowing them to do that, it's probably more powerful than us creating an ad hoc committee, and still allows us, again, to communicate with our respective appointees about ideas. And I'll just say, for the record, like I'm just really particular about that piece on the racial equity survey, and I'll probably talk to my own respective appointee about that. But I think that's something that certainly needs a better look and needs to be reimagined, how what we think our ideas and goals are around racial equity in the context of surveying the community. Clearly, work plan addresses many of the other items around trying to take on racial equity, creating listening sessions, communication, but as many of us up here know, that simply having folks do surveys, it doesn't help us collect the full scale of what's going on or the full scale of people's experiences. So I'm mentioning that to maybe hold you all accountable to please talk to your respected appointees and hear from them as well, what that piece could be reimagined as and how we as a city can move forward, because that was quite a bump for us. And I'll leave it there.
And considering the timing and all of that, yeah, that either way makes sense. It's fine. I have no issues either way, so.
To the vote.
Can I call the question?
Not seeing a substitute motion, yes. City Clerk, if we could have a vote, please.
Just for clarification, this is to approve their request to delete or remove the two items of the racial equity survey and the housing element item, and add the three item that they requested. Yes?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lopez?
Yep.
Mayor Mickey?
Yes.
Councilmember Hanson Romero?
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan?
Yes.
And Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yes.
And the motion carries.
Moving on to item 9, public hearing. 9-1, public hearing on delinquent solid waste collection accounts. Does staff have a report?
Yes, good evening, council members. Jeff Bond, the Community Development Director. I have a brief report on this. As you know, Waste Management of Alameda County provides solid waste collection and disposal services to the city of Albany. And for health and safety reasons, as well as to ensure compliance with state law, Waste Management is required to continue their regular collection and disposal even when customers don't pay the amount due on their accounts. In 2013, the City Council passed an ordinance authorizing the collection of delinquent charges by placing an assessment on the property tax roll for these delinquent accounts. In the past several years, Council has approved annual special assessments on, in this case, single-family residences residences less than 5 units. In March, the City Council approved a new franchise agreement with Waste Management. This new 2024 agreement replaced a 2011 agreement. The action, however, before you this evening is to collect on accounts that became delinquent during the term of the 2011 franchise agreement. So we're following the procedures in that 2011 agreement. Next year, we'll follow the procedures of the new agreement. So before you this evening is a Resolution 2024-59. Attached to that are the parcel numbers and the delinquent amounts that are due. And those delinquent amounts include both the amount to Waste Management plus a $50 administrative fee to the city for processing this special assessment. Alameda County also may add a processing fee to their collection process as well. In terms of notice to the account holders, Waste Management mailed at least 4 notices to the account holders. In addition, after those 4, the city sent out a letter with a final request for payment to the account holders and, if it's a different name and address, the property owners as well. And that went out early in June with a June 14th payment deadline. And all these notices provide guidance on how to pay the outstanding amounts. So the action before you this evening is, following the public hearing, is to recommend that Council adopt Resolution 2024-59. Be happy to answer any questions.
Looking to Council for any questions? Not seeing any Council questions. I'll open it up for public comment. Any members of the public in the room? No members in the room. Anyone online? I'm not seeing any public comment online. I'll bring it back to Council for discussion.
Maybe I'll jump ahead and move Resolution 2024-59.
Seconded. Beat me to it.
Taking a cue from Councilmember Bowders.
Councilmember Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Lopez?
Yep.
Mayor Mickey?
Yes.
Councilmember Hanser Romero?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Moving on to item 9-2, public hearing for amendments to the Albany Municipal Code, Chapter 12, Section 12-11, construction and demolition debris recycling. Staff.
Thank you, Mayor. For this public hearing, I'm joined by the city's consultant, Sarah Koplowitz. Okay, Sarah, if you could assist me. This is, again, a public hearing for adoption of an ordinance to bring our municipal code up to date. And Sarah is a senior consultant with R3 Consulting Group. If you may recall, R3 assisted us with the negotiations with Waste Management, and their firm specializes in just this kind of work throughout California. So I've asked Sarah to help prepare the ordinance, led the preparation of the ordinance, and I've asked her to make the presentation to you this evening.
Thank you, Jeff. Good evening, council members. Thank you for having me here tonight. The action for the council today is to take action on an ordinance to reflect that all construction and demolition covered projects shall comply with state laws, including Senate Bill 1383 and Cal Green, to achieve a minimum of 65% diversion rate and any future changes to those laws. So the staff recommendation is that the council introduce and waive the first reading of ordinance number 2024-03, amending section 12-11, construction and demolition debris recycling of the Albany Municipal Code to clarify the current diversion requirements that are mandated by state laws, including SB 1383 and Cal Green. The SB 1383 regulations were already the subject of a program environmental impact report prepared under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, by CalRecycle. So therefore, this ordinance is categorically exempt in accordance with CEQA guidelines. Some background on this ordinance update. The city originally adopted section 12-11 of the Albany Municipal Code construction and demolition debris recycling in 2006, which required diversion for covered C&D projects of asphalt, concrete, and similar materials of at least 50% diversion of all materials unless an infeasibility exemption was granted. And thresholds were set for the size of C&D projects that would be regulated by this ordinance. Senate Bill 1383 was signed into law in 2016 by Governor Jerry Brown, commonly referred to as the Short-Lived Climate Pollutant Acts of 2016. The goal of SB 1383 is ultimately to reduce methane emissions associated with waste disposal, and the regulations issued by CalRecycle in 2020 include such items under solid waste management as construction and demolition debris recycling in accordance with the regulations of Cal Green. This includes program enforcement, record keeping, and other requirements. Further, in July 2021, the Alameda County Waste Management Authority, or Stop Waste, adopted a countywide organics reduction and recycling ordinance that serves as the SB 1383 enforcement mechanism for Alameda County jurisdictions. In December 2021, the Albany City Council adopted ordinance number 2021-11, amending section 15-2 of the Albany Municipal Code, opting into the Stop Waste ordinance. However, this ordinance did not include the diversion requirements for construction demolition debris. Additionally, Cal Green is California's state-mandated green building code. The purpose of Cal Green is to improve public health, safety, and general welfare through enhanced design and constructions of buildings, as well as demolition. So due to the recent implementation of state laws, including SB 1383 and updates to the Cal Green Code, the city needs to update Albany Municipal Code, section 12-11, with ordinance number 2024-03, which includes the new requirement for a minimum of 65% diversion rate for C&D covered projects and any future amendments to the SB 1383 and Cal Green regulations diversion rates. No other substantive changes are required at this time. The city's building department has already incorporated these new requirements into their processes for C&D project approval and record keeping, as required by SB 1383 for several years now. And so in 2023, when the city contracted R3 Consulting Group to assist with SB 1383 implementation and compliance as part of that project, the consultant, myself, conducted a gap analysis which identified the city's municipal code needed to be updated to include the construction and demolition diversion requirements. So we drafted the language needed for the section 12-11 update, included as an attachment to the city staff report, attachment 1, ordinance number 2024-03. There are no anticipated costs associated with this municipal code update, as the city is already implementing these requirements. Therefore, this is primarily an administrative item for aligning the city's municipal code provisions to meet state requirements and be consistent with each other. Next steps, after the reading of ordinance number 2024-03 is adopted by the council, staff will update section 12-11 of the city's municipal code to bring the city into full compliance with the requirements of SB 1383 and Cal Green as currently written, and for any future amendments to those codes.
Thank you, Sarah. Both she and I would be happy to answer any questions from council. And keep in mind, this is a public hearing, so we'll need to take comments from the public.
Thank you. Any council questions? I'm going to put my municipal code geek hat on for a second. So we appreciate the update. I think it's a really important update to make. Question about the logistics. So 65%, unless the state amends 1383, is the intent that staff would go back, and so if the state for some reason changed it to 70% or 75%, that we would update our code to say 75%, or would we simply have the language that says, go look at what the state says?
Yeah, the intent is that, that this would cover any future updates to the diversion percentage requirement specifically. And so that future code updates would not be necessary if they increase the diversion rate percentage. However, it could be done if needed.
Sure. It's a personal pet peeve of mine. I'll say it in comments, though. Okay. With that, we'll open it up for public comment. Any members of the public in the room that would like to comment on this item? Not seeing any in the room. Any online? Not seeing any online. You wouldn't mind if I continue my discussion point? I appreciate the language, and actually I think it's really important to have that so that it's very clear to members of the contractors, property owners working in the city of Albany, that they understand that we're following 1383, the current regulation is 65%. My one request to staff would be that we not leave that there for 10 years, especially if the city, if the state changes it to 75, that you actually bring it back to council and change it to 75, because it's a little bit of a pet peeve of mine that you go through the municipal code, you think you know what the number is, and then it's like, oh, there's this catch-all that says, go look at what the state has done, and then you have to go figure out as an individual what the state has done. If you're a contractor, you're probably staying on top of that, but as an individual or as a handyman, you may not be. So love that we're updating this, have no problems with it. The pet peeve is that we not let that get too out of a line with what the state says, because that causes conflict. Someone thinks they're following the rules and then suddenly realizes they're not. And it's usually finding out, and not in a good way, that they're not in compliance. So little pet peeve, but love that you guys brought this forward. Love that we're reducing what's being sent to the landfill. I will make a motion.
Well, I have a question. I mean, does this need to state the percentage at all, or can it just refer?
Oh, that.
What? Pet peeve me.
It does not. It could simply point to 1383, but now
Right.
you are asking anyone who reads our municipal code to go hunt down what is the latest version of 1383 at the state, and getting through one municipal code, let alone a state code, is painful enough.
Right. And do contractors read municipal codes to find this stuff out, or they have other education sources?
They usually find out.
I'd be happy. I cannot imagine a typical applicant going to the municipal code first. They come to us, and our paperwork reflects that both at the beginning of the project and at the end when they come in for their final inspection. We go back through and document their paperwork. So yes, there may be some more wonky applicants, but they're few and far between. And most of them are frankly very familiar with this if they do any volume of work in California or in the Bay Area. It just doesn't surprise them a bit. They know what they're doing. So either way, we'd be happy to come back, but we'll communicate any changes. If for some reason we're delayed coming back to council in the future, we'll incorporate changes in state law into our practices so that we're technically in compliance all the way through.
So in that regard, I'm gathering, maybe misgathering, that you're agnostic on whether it actually includes the amount at this time or not, the diversion amount at this time, or just refers
The ordinance as it's drafted does include 65%, so.
Right, and that's, I mean, I presume it was written that way, so that's your recommendation, but I'm sort of detecting that maybe it's not like a real strong recommendation, rather than just leaving it as a reference to state.
I think it's good to keep it in. Personally, I think it's good to have it there.
Okay.
But to know that if it were to change and there were to be a reason for some delay, whether it's just a few weeks or a couple months, this unfortunately is a longer delay than we would have liked. We weren't particularly worried about it because our practices had changed and we felt like we had higher priorities to work on. We might find ourselves in that situation again in a few years where we're prioritizing things and we'll be a little bit late. Hopefully not, but maybe so.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll just add as well that the intent of this is to be an enforceable mechanism, which is required by SB 1383. And so if the city were ever in a position where an applicant was not meeting that requirement and they were pushing back against the city, and the city could say, well, we do have this in our municipal code as an enforceable mechanism that you are required to meet this diversion rate, or as it may be adjusted by those laws. And I'll also add, there are other details of SB 1383 that have been adjusted after the fact, and it can be really challenging to issue an ordinance update every time those types of revisions are made. And so this is meant to just protect the city in case of such a situation. And certainly, we're more than happy to issue any further ordinance updates in the future as needed.
Okay, well, with that, I waive first reading and move ordinance 2024-03.
I'll second.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lopez,
Yep.
Mayor Mickey,
Yes.
Councilmember Hanson Romero,
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carries.
That brings us to item 10, unfinished business. 10-1, supplemental business license special tax to fund tenant and community services. This is an item that I will be recusing myself from. We are still waiting for FPPC clarification as to whether or not I can participate in discussions on this item. I had received previous communication that I could, however, given the language in this ordinance, we are seeking FPPC guidance. And with that, I will recuse myself, and I will hand it off to Vice Mayor Lopez for this item.
Good evening. Let me get my gavel just in case Preston gets out of control. We are on item 10-1, supplemental business license special tax to fund tenant and community services. This was for the item in which Councilmember Tiedemann and I were on an ad hoc committee, and I will pause there and pass it over to Councilmember Tiedemann.
Staff want to go first, and then I can cover the ad hoc?
At your pleasure.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
I'd rather follow you.
Okay, thank you. This staff report provided as part of your agenda includes a summary of how the council has found this time in terms of the work you've done to discuss this item at open public meetings, which occurred on May 20th of this year, where the council considered this item and discussed it at length, including formation of an ad hoc subcommittee to engage further with representatives of our community, to which that subcommittee very well did. What you have before you in the staff report is a compilation of services through our city attorney's office in terms of preparing the draft ordinance. I underscore that it's a draft because we wanted to get the feedback and incorporate the feedback that the subcommittee worked so hard to collect. As well as there is an attachment from NBS, who is our financial consultants, if you will, for the majority of our tax measures, who are the technical support to do the analysis therein. You will see that they've reviewed actually the memorandums provided by the initial grouping of Councilmember Jordan and Councilmember Tiedemann with regard to this proposal, and confirmed the assumptions therein, suggesting a gross receipts tax in concept with 1.7% for 5 or more units and 0.6% for 4 or less units, equating to some estimated total revenue amounts as noted in your staff report, which could range, and I note that there is some fluctuation there depending on the reportables from year to year with those rental units. I should repeat that this is a special tax, meaning that 2/3 majority would be required to pass, and with that would appreciate the feedback and update from the subcommittee and from the council as a whole, should we continue to shape this for your review and approval to place on the ballot for subject to be reviewed by your voters which we intend would occur at your next meeting on July 15th, if so ordered.
Thank you for that report. I will briefly summarize the ad hoc committee, and my thanks to Vice Mayor Lopez for serving with me on that, as well as to all the people we met with. We held 2 different meetings, one with representatives of the housing provider community and one with tenant advocates. And I'd say that they were both productive meetings. We came out with a couple amendments to the proposed funding structure based on those meetings, which are included in the addendum that we submitted, which is the last item attached to this agenda item. I'd say, to summarize those, we would recommend taking out the Project Hope, Albany Cares, and Friendship Club subsidies. There was a worry from those discussions that those were sort of overstepping the intent of this to provide for the rental housing community of, levy a tax that is going back to that community. And I think that there's some merit to that argument, so I think it's beneficial to remove those. There was also a suggestion that we consider, if the goal of some of that rental assistance program is to prevent displacement of people who can't afford it, then we should expand it to also include lower income people who are having difficulty in facing foreclosure, which I think makes sense. And there may be some questions of how exactly we implement that, though there is a program that could be a model at the county level. And I think we can sort of fold that in with the rental assistance program. The remaining funds, we recommended making this a little more flexible and a little focused on the rental housing market again as a whole, to try and focus this on the community it's taxing, and to emphasize that there was some agreement between the 2 stakeholder meetings. There was broad agreement that there should be, the city needs more resources to gather data on the rental market to inform these policies, that we need to provide education to tenants and housing providers, and that we could explore offering grant assistance to qualifying housing providers to address code enforcement issues, all of which I think are good to explore and possible uses of this funding that is included in the sort of stretch goals of remaining funds. That also gives us some flexibility of, the amount of funds collected as well as the amount spent on any of these programs is going to fluctuate a little bit, so building this in gives us a little bit of future proofing. Anything you want to add, Vice Mayor?
No, I think that summarized our ad hoc committee activities quite well. I believe this is where we're open for questions right now before we go into public comment. Any of the other folks here on council have a question?
I'd like to know, after meeting with both groups, did you find really any support in doing this?
We found support in doing this from the tenant advocate community. I would say the housing providers were mostly against it. There were some, like I mentioned, some points of agreement of the areas of, data collection, education, and support for some of those programs of, foreclosure assistance, for legal services. There was disagreements about how to get there, and we tried to take what we could that was agreed on.
And was there any reason to not look at this in the perspective of, if you wanted to keep the additional programs, to do this as more of a citywide tax rather than just to tax the one entity?
Mm-hmm. That was brought up. The attorney, get me if I get off track with the Brown Act, but I would say that, as I voiced in those meetings, I don't think this is, going forward with this is negating the opportunity to go forward with a wider tax base in the future. And I would personally be interested in doing so, but I think in this case, the ad hoc agreed that it made sense to go forward with this structure for now.
And I think another question I have also is, there seems to be some questioning on certain monies already being paid for through a business license and how that would affect that, as well as, I'm going to miss my point here right now. Might have to come back for a second. But the way that it's structured out seems very not well gelled together. Seems like there's a lot of little pieces here that are missing. I'm also, that was my other point, was I noticed that you had made mention in some of the documentation that it would be similar to something that is already housed through the county services. So my question is, why would we be reinventing a wheel of what the county is already covering? What's the need? Where's the real?
Would have to double check, but I'm not sure if the county program as it stands now actually covers the city of Albany. I think it may be for the unincorporated county. So it would be a model, but is not necessarily covering us now. I think it's also somewhat limited in scope, but is not from what I know, a permanent program, whereas this would be a permanent program to try and prevent displacement and ensure people can stay in their homes even if they are facing short-term trouble with their foreclosures.
Yeah, I was kind of interested in the fact that you brought in property owners to be covered by this as well, not just the renters. And if the renters are actually, the property providers are paying the tax, then that should really just, be covering the renters rather than other people who are falling short on their defaults of their mortgages. I think that there's other programs that are in place for situations like that. I'd also like to ask city staff, what's a realistic ability for us to stretch our staffing even that much further to try to handle providing special programming, or what kind of consultants we might have to pay, or a different entity that would have to cover overseeing this whole.
In the current proposal, I'm looking more specifically at the memo that's come from the subcommittee. It appears that there's $125,000 associated for staffing. That will cover about one full-time person who would be able to facilitate the rental assistance program. Aside from that, I think we would need additional resources for the other programs. We're currently building a code enforcement program. However, that type of code enforcement is structurally varies from the proposal here in terms of the rental inspections, rental unit inspections, and then the legal services and potentially other programs and or the foreclosure prevention may be facilitated through third parties. We'd need to look into that as we got to the administration stage. So there would be some overhead assigned with beginning implementation of a handful of these items.
Sorry, I'm just going to keep rolling with this. I'd also like to know from city staff, do we know exactly how many individuals have been assisted so far, specifically with regards to the ARPA funds so far?
I don't have that number immediately handy. I know it continues to grow over time. It also involves residents from UC Village. I can make sure that we provide that. The council has designated the Rescue Act funds to that. I would underscore that it likely would be an evolved program through this funding mechanism as opposed to the emergency funding that was received during the pandemic. So there may be some different stipulations.
And also, just want to clarify, if I understand this correctly, with the ARPA funds, even though they may have been designated to be used for certain programs, we have not currently even exhausted those funds yet, and there's still ability to move those funds around.
Yes, staff is actively monitoring how the funding is being utilized for the different programs, and we will be adaptive with the remaining funding to make sure that the programs of most need are continued to be funded.
And forgive me for throwing you on the spot here, but are there any other concerns that city staff would have over placing this on the ballot moving forward?
As expressed, I think that really the focus on the staff level would be to carry out the direction of the voters, and as a ballot measure that would be responded to. There will be some time needed for establishing the newer programs, and that is a natural aspect of a new initiative. So you would need to bear with us there, and there could be some unforeseen nuances. I think one thing that may be important as we're crafting language is to allow some inherent flexibility while also understanding it's a special tax, knowing that some of this world is still evolving, and also to the point that taxes can be reimagined in the future, if you will, if this is replaced with something else. That's another option that the council may have in the future if the future demands something different.
Yeah, I do have my concerns with this. It feels very rushed and not completely fully baked, and that's why I really do have my hesitations on moving this forward.
Any questions, Councilmember Jordan?
To city manager, and you may not have the figure, certainly not exactly. How much has been dispersed in emergency financial assistance for tenants from the ARPA funds?
Let me try and look that up as you're talking.
Okay. Well, maybe a question for the vice mayor in lieu of the mayor. Why is this occurring at the end of the meeting, and why has it occurred at the end of the meeting? And who sets the agenda? What is our process?
Or
for why is this item coming up at the end of the meeting, and why has it come up at the end of the meeting?
that is set between how city staff organizes our respective agenda. I have no control over that.
Yeah, and the mayor. So the mayor has put it at the end of the agenda. And I would say that it's at the end of the agenda because that's where new business and unfinished business goes. Is the support for foreclosure, I had in mind that the ad hoc committee's, what the ad hoc committee was suggesting is there would be support for foreclosure on rented residences, so to support rental providers. Is the intention to support owner occupants in terms of foreclosure?
I think the main idealized use would be the renter community, but you know, I don't know if we would necessarily put a limit on it that it couldn't apply for other you know, owners who are having difficulty meeting their foreclosure payments. I think that's one of the nuances of figuring out what that program would look like and building in flexibility into the funding amounts to determine, you know, how much demand are we getting for that? How much staffing does it take? Those sorts of questions.
Thank you. And when do the ARPA funds need to be used by?
2020.
City manager, I know you're looking things up.
I'm still looking for that summary
sure.
report. I know it, let me continue looking.
Maybe I'll ask a different question. Maybe the city attorney has the answer to this. There was a comment, written comment raised to us that that deposits would be considered gross revenue and therefore would be taxed. Would that be the case to your knowledge?
Just looking at the definition of gross revenue, so if you give me 1 moment,
sure.
I can confirm.
Funding deadline will be December of 2024. No, I'm sorry, December 2026.
Okay. And do you think the funds will last until then?
At this point in time, you know, we looked probably about a month ago when this conversation originated. That's why I'm having trouble finding it. Sure. And it didn't carry forward in the staff report. Yes, because we can reappropriate through the general categories. The council authorized 2 main categories. One was business community support. The other was community support within the residential community with a variation of programs therein, ranging from groceries to services to debt relief. And so within that fluidity, we should have enough funding.
Thank you. I have other questions, but I know you're trying to look it up at the same time, so.
And I may need to follow up.
Okay.
So I'm not doing this.
There's another comment that this would require rental providers to report gross revenue and no other businesses. Is that currently the situation?
Correct. At this point in time, our business license tax does not obligate those obtaining a business license to report gross revenue. That would need to be incorporated into this ordinance, which the city attorney and I have noted.
Thank you. What was a request for gross revenue on a voluntary basis included in the last business license renewal?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if you're still going to try to find that number.
I'm not going to be able to answer questions
Okay.
and look, so, yeah.
Okay.
All good?
All good.
All right. That concludes questioning on the item. We will move forward with public comments. Before we do, City Clerk, do you have an approximate estimate of how many folks we got queued up for public comments?
2 online and probably a room full of people.
Okay. That said, I'm fully comfortable with providing everyone the fully allotted 3 minutes for public comment. I do ask, though, as you are giving your public comment, to please keep it at 3 minutes, and please be mindful of the other folks so that we can get through this rather seamlessly. City Clerk?
Would you like to take the in-room one first? Yes, if you guys, since I don't have any speaker card, if you can line up 3 at a time. Go ahead, right there.
Dear council members, if homelessness prevention is the goal, therefore it benefits the entire community. But the answer we received at the ad hoc meeting regarding the fairness of the renter's tax was the general tax was too complicated, and so they opted for the easy one and just taxing the housing providers alone. The city has not researched how often a housing provider has already currently worked with their tenants, who has in the past worked with their tenants or is currently working with their tenants through tough times. How many evictions in Albany over the last 4 years? How many 3-day notices have been issued? How many renters have received rental assistance directly from the housing provider? The current tenants need to be notified of these meetings as well. Where are the tenants? To be fair, the text of the ballot should indicate that the cost of the program may increase rents and that cost will likely be passed on to the current renters. All renters, therefore, will be subsidizing renters that have difficulty in paying their rent. They need to know this. You have not collected the data. You have no work experience in tenant and housing providers' day-to-day activities and relations. You have not done the research, and you have openly stated as such during our ad hoc. All your motions here are based on anecdotal evidence, which are accounts based on hearsay rather than hard facts. People like to share stories about things that have happened to them or that they've heard about to make a point. That kind of talk is anecdotal, based on small personal accounts, yet they are pressing forward as if you have facts, and you do not. My sense of Councilman Tiedemann is that he's been convinced by the tenant advocates that we can help solve the housing crisis while only being presented with anecdotes and no factual Albany-specific information. As the tenant groups penetrate the city, they will help him move up the political ladder. That's how it works. It's all disingenuous on the eve of your departure from EBHO in March of 2024 that this ballot measure would show up in May of 2024 and presented to us, where in the documents you just sent, it was actually April. I believe you stand to benefit in many ways for this renter's tax to pass. You were instrumental in rent stabilization in Concord while you were the acting mayor of Albany. A conflict of interest occurs when an individual's personal interests, family, financial, or social factors could compromise his or her judgments or decisions and actions in the workplace. Collaborations with advocacy groups related to the content of manuscripts and writing policy grants the author or organization personal fees, honoraria, consulting fees, lecture fees, intellectual property, patents, copyrights, and royalties. I demand you recuse yourself. Do not expand legal services. The legal NFPs, not-for-profits, have abused legal funds to grow, and they are not not-for-profits. Legal not-for-profits use funds to encourage tenants not to pay rent and fight evictions, typically leading to significant...
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you for your time.
This measure is intended to replace the ARPA funds, which will no longer be available after 2026. Programs are good ones, and for the most part, probably valuable to the city of Albany. As a resident voter and rental provider and taxpayer in Albany, I'd probably vote in favor of these programs if they were properly structured and presented. Now is not the time for this measure, nor is it the proper way to fund these programs that are intended to benefit the entire city. It's nice to have these programs for those who might need them, but the need has not been analyzed sufficiently to know whether it is a real urgent need or just a program that will benefit only a few Albany residents, or even just nice to have programs. Now that COVID is mostly behind us, it is not clear that the ARPA funded programs will need to be continued in their present form. Indeed, ARPA will not exist after 2026. This proposal is being rushed through without adequate analysis and study to determine if the need really exists in Albany in the proposed form. As you know, the proposal is, as presented, would be funded only by approximately 850 or fewer rental providers in Albany, many of whom do not live in Albany and therefore cannot even vote on the measure. This means the vast, overwhelming majority of voters would reasonably think, why not vote for this? It will benefit those less fortunate than I, and I will not have to pay for it. Since it will not cost me a penny, it would seem to be a no-brainer to vote yes. Here's the truth of the matter. The council thinks the measure would not pass if presented in a fair, truthful, and equitable manner. Nowhere in the ballot question to be printed on the ballot is it stated that only 850 or fewer persons would unfairly pay this new tax. It is also not stated that the new tax would likely be passed on to tenants in the form of increased rent. The path the council is choosing to take is, let's take the easy way and put this easy-to-pass measure on the ballot. We can then pat ourselves on the back and tell ourselves what a good job we are doing. When APRA was meeting with the ad hoc committee, Vice Mayor Lopez and Council Member Tiedemann admitted that they were pursuing this avenue because there were too many general tax measures on the ballot already, and this was probably the only way to pass the measure. If presented in a fair, honest, and equitable way, it probably would not pass. This is not an honest way to ask the city voters to approve a tax measure. If the council believes the community wants these programs, let the council convince the community to pay for them. At this stage, this proposal is being pushed because the council wants it, not because the community has said it is important to them. Let the public vote on an honest proposal, not a hastily cobbled together measure that is not fair or equitable. Do the right thing and delay this until the 2026 election so the public can be presented with a truthful, fair, equitable, fully researched, and well thought out program. Don't place these poorly conceived measures on the ballot. There is time to get it done right.
Thank you for your comment.
It's to residents of Albany to do it the right way.
Next speaker. If you guys can line up or, wait right behind it so that we know who's next. Thank you.
Good evening, council and staff. I'm Peggy McQuaid, an Albany resident. None of us know when it'll be our turn to need a little extra help, a boost to get us through a difficult situation. With that in mind, and my desire for Albany to be ready to offer that help, I think this is an inadequate solution. There's nothing in the materials provided showing data on how the APRA funds were distributed. These funds were designed to assist folks financially impacted by the pandemic and during the ongoing recovery period. Do you know if the need increased or decreased since the program began? Where were the funds most needed, and did this change over time? It appears the remaining funds will be approximately $112,000, which is more than what's allocated for code enforcement capitalization or legal services. I'm not quite sure what is meant by those active in the Albany rental housing market, but it seems to me this is too much money to go for undefined programs. We're trying to encourage people to build ADUs and to be creative in house sharing models as a way to keep rents affordable. Levying this tax on these units feels punitive. I'd like to see more of a focus on those who do not have a business license currently and to be figuring out how to be sure that everyone is paying their fair share. I'm usually a believer in not including ending dates for taxes because the need really never ends. However, in this case, a sunset date might be appropriate as specific needs may change or other needs arise. I think of Albany as a community that supports and cares for each other. Each of us recognizes our responsibility to make Albany the best it can be and understands our collective role in ensuring that everyone thrives. This proposal taxes only a small segment of our community. I would prefer a broader and more equitable approach with everyone sharing in uplifting our friends and neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Hello, Elaine Stelton. I think there are some people struggling to get on via Zoom. They maybe don't understand the raised hand function. If after I speak, somebody could give a quick description of how they could join us, I think that would be wonderful. Dear Honorable Council, a number of years ago, I met Rita Smith, one of the longest-serving property managers in Albany, and I asked her a few questions about her clients. She said, Elaine, the people I work for have their wheelchairs rolled out into the sun every day. I worked in a senior center myself for 3 years, so I know what Rita is speaking about. I recently started to think about my conversation with Rita a lot and about senior citizens and how very expensive it has become to be a senior in our community and to provide for your old age. Could these folks who are now in wheelchairs have known how to plan? Could they have known about the $50,000 earthquake retrofit or replacing their decks or the proposed electrification project, the school board bond, the 40% increase in the garbage bill, or the dramatic increase in the cost of insurance? I don't think so. I certainly didn't see any of this coming myself. So what I'm asking of you is to please consider some exemptions for some other folks that are also vulnerable in our community. These folks might be in a veterans home or an age home or an old age home. They might have mental health issues. They might be on disability. When I grew up, unfortunately, my dad got cancer when I was 7 years old, and my mom had to rent out half of our house. And he was on disability until he passed away. So I don't think these are the folks. I think you need to consider these folks too, the people in the wheelchairs, the people who are on disability. I think you need to cut out some exemptions for these folks. In addition to that, I think you should, in all fairness, consider property owners who have experienced a flood, a fire, who may be impacted by earthquake damage or other catastrophes, and do not charge them any additional supplemental tax until their buildings have been repaired. I think you should also give an exemption to people who have just built an ADU. They've just shelled out at a minimum $300,000, and they haven't even had an opportunity yet to get any of their investment back. So they should be completely exempted, at least for a term. And last but not least, please consider exempting any property owner that is in danger of foreclosure or whose property is in danger for being sold for back taxes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Right. Thank you for allowing me to speak here. I'd like to express my profound dismay and strong objection to the recent actions by Council members Tiedemann and Jordan, which I find completely unethical and indicative of extremely poor governance. You have pushed the city of Albany to spend $20,000 of taxpayers' money to draft a ballot measure before consulting with stakeholders, before consulting with renters and housing providers. This is a blatant disregard for proper procedure and community engagement. Again, refer back to the advisory handbook, which you should read and memorize. By putting the cart before the horse, you have not only showed lack of respect for the stakeholders and for the democratic process. This that requires transparency and inclusivity. Finally, weeks after you've instructed the city to do this, you finally met with the housing providers and the renters. We asked for data. You showed hand-waving smoke and mirror data. We pressed you hard on it, and you finally admitted that you have no data for Albany. The presumption is that there's a lot of evictions in Albany, yet you have no data to support it. You have admitted that at the meeting. You've also acknowledged that there are only a few calls the city gets regarding enforcements, and the city can handle it. So there is no justification for the code enforcement you're talking about. Mr. Preston Jordan, I know you're a supporter of that. There is no real data requesting this information, this requirement. This is you should be ashamed of yourself for sidestepping democratic process. You consider yourself progressive, yet using smoke and mirrors to deceive citizens here. This is unfair and one-sided ballot, cooked up without data and consultations with the stakeholders in Albany. That is the citizens of Albany that elected you to be sitting here. Shame on you. You should postpone it, provide concrete evidence, demonstrate necessity, then go for it. Kill it right now. Shame on you.
Thank you for your comment. Please, no clapping.
My name is Margie Marks. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Albany Thrives Together. There is no tenants union in Albany, as you all know, and everyone here knows. The tenants aren't going to rise up. Sorry, Councilman Tiedemann, they're not going to rise up and get you elected. I've been waiting for them to rise up for 35 years, and it hasn't happened. So, we act as their advocates. We believe that in conjunction, we support this tax. We believe that in conjunction with this tax, the city needs to take the following actions. The first one actually was included in the July 1st discussion document. That is that the funding raised by this tax should help not only tenants, but landlords. I understand that Echo Housing does some sort of means testing for tenants. I would suggest the same mean testing for landlords. They should be able to avail themselves of this fund. In short, we believe the fund should be available for tenants, landlords, homeowners, or business owners to help them stay in Albany. We want to support our entire community. Number two, one of the most important actions in this law is the code enforcement. One reason the tenants don't want to rise up here is that many tenants live with code infractions, mold, poor ventilation, lead paint. And they're afraid if they say something to their landlords, or they might have already said something to their landlords, that the landlords will raise the rent or kick them out. So we see the code enforcement is very important. We ask the city to aggressively pursue grants for landlords for code enforcement. We understand that the city of Berkeley pursues grants for landlords for code, and we would ask the city of Albany so that all of our citizens can be living in safe environments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Anyone?
Good evening. As a recent investor and a resident of Albany, I just want to express that it's difficult already to maintain ownership of a building in Albany. The expenses are high. There's high mortgage, insurance. The waste management has gone up by 33%. End of the year, it'll go up by 100. Recycling will be charged for. It's already high as is. With an increased tax, would be unsustainable. I just want to put that on the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Anyone else in the room?
I'm not prepared to speak something today, but when I receive phone call from my friends, I have to be there, say something for the old landlord. We are the small landlord. I am worried about any business, any reason, tax increase. In the past 4 years, for the small landlord, we didn't get any support from city government, even higher than that. They all support the renter, but no one knows the small landlord how difficult it is. Renter is not paid rent, nothing we can do. Everything is repair, cost material, cost the labor increase, but we have to pay for. And I am the cancer survivor. I have to early stop my work. I'm still on the treatment. And but I think this is not fair for the old small business landlord. We're working hard. We're working like a dog. We treat all the renter like a god. We just expect they can pay rent. Sometimes renter said, we lose a job, we give $100, $200, even $1,000 discount. I just wondering, who is the proposal increase the business tax? Who supports landlord? If all the Albany 8,800 landlords try selling the house, how to survive for the city? We pay the salary for you guys. We hope today someone can stand up. In my association, think about the landlord, think about small business. My son finished Albany High School. Every year we did a decent donation. Every time we support the tennis courts, library, everything. I really want the city, the people be honest. From point of us, think about the landlord, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Anyone else in the room?
Good evening. I think the proposed ballot measure for tax on landlords only is highly discriminatory. Why do you want to tax landlords for programs that have nothing to do with rental property, like Project Hope, Albany Cares, and Friendship Club? If you can't fund those out of the general fund, shut them down. I mean, don't charge us landlords for something that we have nothing to do with. And basically, that's all I got to say. If you want to do a tax increase, do it for everybody in the city, not just one sector, because that is discriminatory. I thought that was illegal.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing my comments. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of myself and my husband. We own a rental property in Albany and work very hard to ensure that the housing that we provide is safe, welcoming, and functional for our tenants. I'm a social worker by vocation and by trade, and I appreciate the City of Albany's commitment to city services and making sure that Albany is a pleasant and stable place to live. I support most of the programs and initiatives that the city provides its residents, and I also understand that such initiatives cost money. Providing housing is a big responsibility that we take seriously. We are diligently taking care of our property, including taking on soft story retrofits and ensuring that our tenants are safe and cared for even in tough times. It is overreach to make us individual citizens more responsible than we already are for the well-being of our local housing market. A tax levied on landlords in Albany is an unfair burden for those of us who provide housing for those who need it. Taxing property owners and increasing the overhead costs for those of us who provide housing in the Bay Area has been an increasing trend in the past several years, with the increase in rent control and rent management boards. In my experience, this is a way to force a small part of our community to pay for services made available to everyone. In its worst iteration, it's a way for a city to make money while claiming to improve the experience or lives of renters. However, these programs create an unreasonable burden on those being taxed and regulated, while offering very little benefit to actual tenants. In the last few years, the City of Richmond implemented increased taxes and regulation of property owners with renting tenants. It's not been a great success, and the overhead of running the program has superseded helping actual renters. I encourage you to look at their efforts and consider the negative effects that this measure will have on the people working hard to provide housing in Albany. I strongly urge you to vote against the supplemental business license special tax to fund tenant and community services. The tax will hurt the very landlords who are working with you to provide housing in a very tight housing market. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comment.
Anne, sorry, could we pause right here? I want to just remind people how to raise their hand if calling in.
Yes, really quickly, those who are online, you need to use a hand raise function. However, as mentioned online on our agenda, we are not responsible for technical difficulties that participants may have if they're unable to participate.
Well, if I could just offer, I believe if you're calling in by phone, is it *9? *9 if you're on phone to raise your hand.
Yes, so there's a bottom bar on your app, Zoom app, that you can raise your hand, and sometime with the iPhone or iPad, the bar may be hidden. Just tap on it and click on the ellipses, the three dots, and then select raise your hand.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. Thank you, Councilmember Hanson Romero, for bringing that back up. City Clerk, before we go back to the online public comments, I believe we had one gentleman here.
Anyone else after this gentleman in the audience?
Well, it's very short. I wasn't prepared for this. Yeah, I have never been into these meetings, but I agree with what most of the people said here. Yeah, and I think the city should clearly and honestly consider this proposal. It's completely unfair, and I personally am completely against it.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening, City Council. Kieran Chinoy with the Bridge Association of Realtors. The Bridge Association of Realtors represents 2,000 plus real estate professionals that do business in and around the city of Albany. Now, we generally support good housing policy. Unfortunately, this is not that for the many reasons that you've heard already. One of the biggest reasons we believe that this isn't a good policy is that this is actually going to increase rents for tenants. At the ad hoc committee, Councilmember Lopez and Councilmember Tiedemann communicated an understanding that this was the case. We believe that if everybody on the council understands that this is going to actually increase rents for tenants in Albany, that should be included in the impartial analysis prepared by the city attorney if this goes to the ballot. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. City Clerk, back to the online comment, please.
I'm Edgar Crowley. I've been a housing provider in Albany for 40 years. If you're going to be honest and transparent, you will call this a renter's tax because it will necessarily be passed on to tenants given its significant cost. You are proposing this when multifamily properties are about to be shocked by a large increase in the school tax. At basic accounting, revenue is not gross receipts. Revenue is income. Gross receipts include everything you get. The way the measure is written, security deposits will be taxed. While I don't generally charge application fees or rental move-in charges, this will change when the security deposit tax is implemented, as we'll have to pass it along. I'm opposing this measure to support my tenants. I do not want to have to pass these taxes along to them. This measure is completely inconsistent with the city's desire to provide affordable housing. Regarding code enforcement, it's a common tactic to say that tenants are cowed and too timid and afraid to speak out. We maintain our building to high safety standards. It's simply another tenant advocate tactic to shape public policy by anecdotal evidence. A much cheaper and probably more effective method of enforcing habitability is to send postcards to tenants informing of the complaint process. I'm done.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, I would like to address my comment to Council Member Aaron Titterman and Preston Jordan. You both are deliberately targeting housing providers to bear the full cost of this proposal. And you are doing so in an irresponsible and anti-democratic way that will harm Albany's community, economy, and housing market. This proposal would place an unfair financial burden on housing providers. Housing providers already face significant financial obligations, such as mortgage increase. The rates are very high, and the property maintenance, and as you know, skyrocketing insurance, and the ever increasing taxes. Imposing an additional tax, especially on housing providers, places an undue financial burden on us. This is particularly challenging for small landlords like me, who already operate on very thin margins. This speaks to the importance of responsibility distribution across society. So renter assistance and other community programs should be funded by the whole community, not just by housing providers. Governments should explore more equitable funding mechanisms, such as general taxation, to support these programs. This ensures that the financial burden is shared more broadly and fairly across the society. We need a more collaborative approach to address community needs. We also need to examine the lack of transparency, due process, and accountability that the council member Tiedemann and Jordan have demonstrated while pushing this proposal. The proposal was pushed forward without the proper consultation with the housing providers or stakeholder advocacy group. This lack of transparency and engagement with affected parties undermines the legitimacy of the proposal and disregard the input of those who would be most impacted by the tax. Additionally, the Council's strategy of placing this agenda toward the end suggests a deliberate attempt to minimize public participation. So I really hope that you can have a good heart to serve the community, not just to achieve your personal agendas. That's really, really bad, and it's a very bad imprint to your future career. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment.
Yes, I agree with all of the speakers so far who have spoken out against this. On another note, this is an intrusion into the business affairs of private citizens. So my questions are, what are the reporting requirements? And what is the form of the reporting? And also, what is the confidentiality of this data? Is someone able to come to the front counter
and look at this information? Can they get it through a public records request? I think that, this is, I think an important thing that I have yet to hear addressed, and I would like to hear something on this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Yes, my name is Frank Bergamoski. I've been a housing provider in your jurisdiction for about 25 years, almost 25 years. I would point out that if you're going to tax gross receipts, if you look at the income for the housing providers vis-a-vis gross receipts, I'd be surprised if it went above 20% for most providers. Certainly, when we first started in your jurisdiction, it was less than that. So if 20% for most providers, you're looking at almost a 9% tax on their income. And this is very serious. If you want people to provide housing in your jurisdiction, don't tax them this way. Don't even talk about taxing them this way, because they simply won't do it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening, council members. I want to find out who oversees the business licenses. When my neighbor was doing some improper work, I called, and they rented that house out for over 20 years. They never paid one dime towards their business license rental. Now they do, since it is a rental. And I spoke with Kim Fletcher, and she told me that she couldn't believe what I was telling her. So I want to know, how many business licenses are you not collecting on? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. That concludes public comment, and bring it back to council for discussion. We certainly had a lot of questions there. And I do want to reiterate that at the May council meeting, we had voted to move forward with having staff direct language, having staff help direct language with the ballot measure, with simultaneously the creation of an ad hoc committee to speak with stakeholders. And I think the central point that we should be focusing on discussing here is the language that has been put forth and the way in which funds are being categorized are more or less earmarked. Councilmember Tiedemann, if you have anything else to add to that.
Some follow-ups of questions we heard that I want to get clarification on if possible. One, City Attorney, I don't know if you can comment. There was a question about various conflicts of interest. I don't know if you can comment about mine or the mayor's.
Sure, Councilmember Tiedemann. This has come up in the past, and we have previously analyzed your position in your employment position. We do not believe you have a conflict of interest legally for you to participate in this decision. As we've discussed with the mayor has owns some property in the city of Albany that might be subject to this tax should it be approved. We are seeking an FPPC opinion to see if he can participate, which he alluded to earlier. We still have not yet received the opinion. When we do so, we will inform the council, as well as he will be able to either participate or will continue to recuse himself.
Thank you. And I'll note that the employment referenced, I am no longer in that position. There was a question about the confidentiality and the oversight of special taxes like this, as well as business license. City Manager, I don't know if you can comment on how we oversee the data that we collect from our existing business license program and special taxes.
Sure. We have retained a third party to facilitate the collection of business license taxes, and they have systems in place to secure that data as submitted.
And is personally identifiable information from those business license taxes, public records, or discoverable in a public records act request currently?
I believe it's exempt from disclosure.
Great, thank you. There was also a question about the enforcement of everybody paying their business license tax. I know this is a matter that we've discussed, so City Manager, if you want to comment briefly on our efforts there.
Yes, thank you for raising that, and I meant to include that in my introductory remarks. The city is looking into opportunities for an audit of our existing business license program, one of which will be to focus on those rental providers that are not currently obtaining a business license, and we will be looking at opportunities to facilitate that very soon.
Thank you. Lastly, there was a question about exemptions. I don't know if you can comment about the leeway possible in special taxes or measures like this to include carve-outs or exemptions.
I wouldn't be able to comment, Councilmember Tiedemann, but if there is an interest, we can follow up and let you know if they're acceptable, if they're specific ones you're interested in.
Great, thank you. I have comments, but those were the questions I wanted to make sure that we got answered. So I can go right into some comments, or I can leave open the floor.
I just have one clarifying question before we get into more of a commentary. There was a comment, and I just want to have an opportunity for this to be addressed publicly by Councilmember Jordan and our Councilmember Tiedemann. There's a comment about lack of transparency and due process with pushing a proposal like this forward. And either you care to just briefly touch on the process and how you went about that?
Yeah, and I think this goes to some comments about Councilmember Tiedemann as being possibly the source of this. I will say that I announced my intention to bring this to the council as a future agenda item months ago. And at the time, he expressed interest in joining me on this. So if you want to blame somebody, blame me, please.
Where's the data?
It's our time to talk here. So there are 1/4 of rental providers who do not pay Albany's business license taxes. That's 700 residences that do not pay business license taxes. The reason I brought this forward is because I've since looked it up with available time, the assistant city manager who's tracking the ARPA funding expenditures reported to me by email in early April that $300,000 of ARPA funds had been dispersed as emergency financial support on behalf of tenants to rental providers. So that is general taxpayer money that went to rental providers. That is data, and that was in about 9 months. We're 3 months further on. We don't know exactly how much the need is, and that's why we'll reduce after COVID, and that's why the proposed funding amount is less than $400,000 a year, which is what it has been approximately so far. So there is a need out there. I did not want that program to go away entirely. The reason I predicated it on a supplemental special business license tax on rental providers is because they will receive most of the money back, not as individuals, but as a community, as they have received the ARPA funding, which has come from all taxpayers. So there is a financial benefit of this tax. This tax is not just going away entirely. It is going to be coming back to rental providers in the form of tenant support, which my understanding is that tenant turnover is extremely expensive when it does occur because there's a vacancy. So this will help to reduce vacancies and has helped to reduce vacancies. Regarding code enforcement, we only have anecdote because how many tenants are going to report a code problem at the risk of damage to the relationship with the person that they rent from? It's an incredibly power asymmetric relationship. And I will offer that when I moved to Albany in 1994, I moved from a residence with my wife that had a great rental provider. He was a civil engineer, and he kept excellent repair of the place. And I started to wonder, why would anybody ever want to buy a place to live? And then I moved to Albany. And the residence that my wife moved into, there were just ants pouring out of the walls. The landlord would not do anything. The We smelled an odd smell one day. We thought perhaps it was due to the wall furnace. We called PG&E. The PG&E person came out, tested it, and said, oh, you could have been one of those couples that wakes up dead in the newspaper because your flue is cracked. And so it was venting carbon monoxide into our residence. One of the stairs on the building literally fell off under the neighbor boy while he was using it. Fortunately, he was relatively nimble, pre-adolescent, so he was already moving on to the next stair, but it fell off and crashed to the ground a story below. When I spoke to the welder who came out to fix it, he said that the property owner told him, only weld that one stair back on. Don't look at anything else. I do not want you to look at anything else. The welder said, I cannot do that in terms of liability. I have to look at everything, and they all need re-welding now for safety. So yes, that is my anecdote. I have remembered that anecdote because it personally affected me for 30 years. We don't know how many other tenants are in that situation, but I suspect it's a lot. Now, maybe it's the rental providers who take care of their tenants and take care of their properties who are here, but that is not everybody. We know at least 700 rental providers don't even pay their business license tax. In terms of the code enforcement, the idea is to capitalize it with $100,000 to get the program going, and then code enforcement programs become self-sufficient based on whether there are things that are found that need to be fixed, the fines. If there's nothing that's found that need to be fixed, then the program will end. As far as business license taxes, we have those. The business license community, and the business community is already taxed. So there can be an ideological difference there whether businesses should be taxed or not be taxed, but we are taxing them. Our society's made that decision in the past. Most of our neighboring cities tax gross revenue now of businesses. Oakland, Emeryville, Piedmont, Berkeley, Richmond. So this is not some radical new concept that I've brought to the council and to Albany. The prior city council was headed towards doing something like this for all businesses. But at that time, we didn't have the data on gross revenue from all businesses in order to structure the tax properly. The reason I brought this forward is because the census does have that data. So we have the data to build this tax upon. And that was the data that I used and that our consultants largely validated. We do not have that data because the census doesn't have data for other types of businesses in Albany, otherwise we'd be proceeding. My intent, should I still be here at the time, which is an open question, is that we will convert all our business license taxes from the current per head count or per residence to a tax on gross revenue. And now we have a 0.5% sales tax. So people who buy goods pay 0.5%. And by and large, households that have less income spend a larger portion of their income on sales tax. And so that is a very regressive tax, as opposed to households like mine that are wealthier spend much more of our income on services. And we are not taxed at the same rate because we do not pay 0.5% tax on the services that we receive. So the idea to restructure business license taxes on gross revenue at around that rate is to rectify this situation and make it more equitable. With that, something I would like to raise is that because, well, I don't support the rates that are proposed as is without a spend plan for the portion that is beyond the line items that are laid out in the ad hoc committee report. So, as I've said, we have business license taxes. Those taxes go to those taxes currently go to the general fund. So, unless you think there should be no business license taxes, then either the rate can stay the same and it can pay for some of these social services, because that's what business license taxes are already doing in the city, or I propose to reduce the proposed rate so it only covers the approximately $475,000 of line item of programs that we already have structured in there, which would be about 60% of the rates as proposed. So those are the two directions I would support, is keep the rates as they are and keep the allowance for spending on additional social programs or reduce the rate and to a level that would only provide revenue that would meet those line items that are in the ad hoc report.
Thank you, Councilmember Jordan. To add on to the original question there about the process we're following here, I just want to emphasize that, like you said, you suggested this several months ago in future agenda items. This is the third time we're hearing public comment because it was on an agenda and got delayed, but we still took public comment. It's the second hearing we have on the item. If we approve it tonight, it will get a third hearing for final approval at our next meeting, and then it will go before the voters, which is in addition to the 2 ad hoc meetings that we held between myself and Vice Mayor Lopez. That is more discussion, more public comment, and also then the majority of items that we take up at this council. And it also is with the background of we are not the final say on this item, that the voters will get to have a say. So I do not think that we are avoiding the public or trying to do this underhanded. It has gotten a large amount of consideration so far and will continue to get more. And I appreciate the council engaging with it in an honest and open way about what we should be doing and how, and there has been a lot of consideration of how to do that. To add to Councilmember Jordan's points, it was brought up of why aren't we doing a more general tax? And Councilmember Jordan covered some of the why we're doing this tax now rather than the more general business license tax. That it is, I believe, in our work plan to do, that we have all intention of going forward with. I will add that I noted several times during our stakeholder meetings that this is not an either-or decision. This is not, we are doing this tax and not others. I, in fact, emphasized several times in some of those meetings that I have all intention of bringing forward and passing several other more general taxes to pay for a variety of city services. There are many things we need to do, and this does not cover all of them. It covers a portion. And I think it's an important portion. It's one that deserves consideration. On the subject of the spending plan, I get your point of having a spending plan. I'll offer that the hope was to acknowledge that there is some inherent variability here of exactly how much is collected, exactly how much is spent on any of these programs, and I think it is beneficial to build in a little flexibility to enable the use of those funds, for the purpose, for the goal of supporting the rental market, for supporting the housing providers and tenants, and I think that's probably the best, most workable option. If it's the will of council to only go with the spending plan that we have sort of clearly delineated numbers with, I think that could work, and I think we could probably go with Councilmember Jordan's suggestion to reduce it slightly and go with the spending plan we have, though we may want to be sure we're tweaking those values to make sure they have enough for any of these, and especially if we're going to do that, maybe think about, is this the right amount of staffing, or is it the right amount for each of those programs? Because, the best laid plans then meet the road of implementing, which I have full confidence in our staff to be able to handle, but, we have to build in how we're going to do that. I'll also offer that part of that was with the goal of enabling these funds to possibly address the sort of ideas that were brought up of things we need to do. It was mentioned that it would be great to have Albany-specific data. I think that's true. We always need more data. It is difficult to get that right now. And I will note that when that was brought up, and when I noted in some of the stakeholder meetings that the way we would get that data, the best way to get that data is rent registry, the housing provider community said, we do not want rent registry, which leaves us in a difficult position of both needing more data, but being told that we should not pursue the tool to get it. So I think it's one example of some of the things that were suggested of there are other things we will need to explore that will have a benefit to this market that this could go for with a little bit more flexibility, though I do get the worry of, making sure we have that concrete spending plan.
Thank you. I have a quick question for you, Councilmember Jordan. If you'd mentioned reduced rate, do you have numbers in mind if we were to reduce the rate?
I do indeed. I wouldn't be myself if I didn't. So yeah, it's the line items of funding are about 60% of what the consultant to the city estimated revenue would come from the rates as proposed. So I would propose 0.36% for residences or fewer, owners, renters, rent providers of 4 residences or fewer, and 1% for providers of 5 units or more. And I think to some of Councilmember Tiedemann's comments, it occurs to me because hopefully some future council, whether we're on it or not, will see fit to restructure business license taxes that will provide potentially a second opportunity to look at this. I'm obviously more in support of going with the lower rates because that's the spending plan that we have. And if it's, if the city runs out of emergency financial support to pay on tenants' behalf to rental providers, 9 months into the year, well, then we'll know and we can make an adjustment in 2 years.
I think that's a fair proposal, and I will defer to you, Councilmember Tiedemann, because this was an original proposal that both you and Councilmember Jordan brought forth.
I appreciate the suggestion, and I'd prefer the more flexible option, but I could be happy to defer in the name of compromise. I also just wanted to note that either the tax rate that you're suggesting or the one in the original proposal are both lower than our surrounding cities on the same population. I don't know if you want to speak to that a little more, but I think it's important to note that either way we're going here, Berkeley, Richmond and El Cerrito charge a higher rate on their business license for this same population.
Yeah, no, not El Cerrito, not yet anyway, but the other cities. Part of the reason I wanted to go with the lower rate that would just cover line items that are left is because of the need for general revenue. And so I did not want to consume more of the capacity for these specific programs. If it wasn't going to include programs that are paid for by the general fund now, then I want to reserve that rate capacity for a future business license tax measure.
I am not in favor of this at all. Again, I think it's too rushed. I don't think it's fair. I don't think that we've adequately looked at all of the costs that have been brought up by the property providers. School bond, the waste management that we've approved, the soft story structure that we've approved, all of these, and the insurance industry that is a complete mess and so expensive right now, and people are getting canceled, and things are needing to be done with that. And I, in fact, know of a tenant who needed some extra financial, or needed some extra support and stuff because her property provider had come to her and said, my insurance company is not going to reinsure the building unless we're able to get in and inspect your unit. We were able to call county services, and the county stepped in, and they were able to help her get her unit up to par to where they could come and inspect, and the property provider made the repairs that were needed to be made. There are different ways of going about this. We are smarter than this, okay? We need to also, I was very thankful that Margie Marks was able to recommend looking into some programs that the city of Berkeley has provided grants to help with the soft story costs. They're very costly. I don't think any of you may know how much these are costing some of our property providers. If it sounds like also after I've been able to meet with both Elaine and Margie, that the general consensus is if we want these services and stuff like that, we can think outside of the box. We don't have to do it this way. This way feels very forced. It feels very stick, not carrot approach. I think that we're smart people. We can work together, find other opportunities and other options to fund things like this, not like this. I'm not sure what data you got because I've asked about the same question. I did want to find out an audit of non-owner occupied units that are here in Albany, and I wanted to do an audit of those non-owner occupied units comparable to who have business licenses out on those non-owner occupied units. I've supplied the city with a list of that based upon the data, based upon public records. And I do want to see that audit come through. Now, there will be exemptions for that. Some people who have, maybe their kid who's home from grad school or whatever else like that, or an elderly parent that they might be housing on behalf of their family. But I do want to bring those into compliance because I want to see how much of those funds are available that we have not gone after. Also, Margie had also brought up another, yes, good for you, Margie. She had also brought up the Airbnbs and the fact that we don't tax the Airbnbs quite as high as one of the other cities, and have found that there are quite a few Airbnbs that are out there that are not paying their fair share. I think that that's something that we need to look at. So these are funds that are available in different places. We don't have to jump directly to this to find funding to take care of these needs in our community. We can do them in a different approach. We can do them thinking outside of the box, thinking smarter, not harder. I also believe that, this is something that, we're putting together this housing commission, and this is exactly specifically what that housing commission is meant to help us do. Help us find where we need to be, what our needs are, how we can meet those needs. How can we work together in a variety of different ways with a variety of different insights and specialty backgrounds and professional backgrounds. I don't think the language is very clear. I think it has to be very clear. Well, again, I don't think this should be even put on the ballot to begin with. And something that we can do is to, in order to get more tenant voices, yes, I think some more notification to tenants and property providers what their legal rights and requirements are. We do have, correct me if I'm wrong, Nicole, sorry, city manager. But, I mean, we do have, sorry, I'm going to blank on what it's called right now, but the rent review. The rent review does come into play with negotiating with some of these things, and that's what it's there to do. It just makes me question, what are we really trying to achieve here? Because I feel like what we've heard here tonight and we've heard over the phone is that this is not really going to help keep rents low or protect anybody in that sense. All it's going to do is make it more difficult for somebody to provide property for tenants in Albany which would make Albany less tenant percentage-wise and more property-based owner percentage-wise, because some of our property providers now may decide that, you know what, this is it. That's what broke the camel's back. I'm out, and if they're out, and a lot of the property providers are single-family home property providers, which would just open up those properties to be sold for owner occupancy, which would bring us less tenant units than more. And not only that, but it could also open up for larger corporations to come in and purchase these buildings and stuff like that. And we would lose our wonderful pool of independent property providers that are here in Albany that do a great job. I'm not going to say everybody does. I'm sure that there are some property providers that, they're probably not paying their business license and they're probably not playing by the rules. But if we can find out who those people are and bring them up to snuff with everything else, then that could help answer and bridge the gap of this funding that we're looking to get. So I just really want you guys to think about that very clearly.
So it's hard for me to imagine that the $400,000 or so that has been provided to rental providers to keep tenants in place so far hasn't helped anybody. I mean, that's a lot of money. If you look at our disbursement rolls, you can see the names of the people that is being paid on behalf of. If those other 700 residences that are rented were actually paid their business license taxes, that at $175 a residence, that would be less than $100,000 or about $100,000. In terms of where the data came from, it came from the U.S. Census Bureau, comparing that to our business license tax count. And the city's tax consultant validated that and agreed that it's 1/4 of the rented residences that would be subject to the tax, which excludes University Village that are not on the business license tax rolls. So it's a quarter of the owners, or owners of a quarter of the units that are not paying the business license tax by the data. In terms of some other adjustments, I am not in favor of this funding going to pay for mortgages to forestall foreclosure. I think that, given the direction this has gone, I think that needs to be included in a future tax and or out of the general fund. I don't think it's fair to have revenue that's coming from rental providers, and to the extent that tax is passed through, which is not clear that it can be 100%, that's sort of a whole area of research, then go to property owners. So I'm not in favor of that. I also would like the language, if it needs to be adjusted so that deposits are not included or are not taxed, or not subject to the tax.
I'll note that, one of the things that comes up in this discussion is around the sort of broader rental market and the costs involved there, cost of rent. And I want to emphasize that this is why when people who work on the housing crisis in the Bay Area and California talk about policy proposals there, they emphasize that there is several parts to that. There's the 3 Ps approach: the protection, preservation, and production. And it's necessary to have all of those as part of the process. The parts proposed here are very much on the protection piece. They are not geared toward lowering rent. They're not geared toward making more housing. They're geared to preventing displacement and protecting people who are currently in our market. That's the goal. That was what the rental assistance program that we funded with ARPA has accomplished by paying for people's rent, by keeping them in their homes, and ensuring that they are not displaced from our community or do not lose their housing. Now, as someone who works on this, on those 3 Ps policy approaches, it is often brought up that the protection part of things occasionally comes into conflict with some of the others. It is often the case that protection policy makes the rental housing market a little more complicated, or makes some obstacles that I think are surmountable, but can be surmounted. But I think that's why it's important to keep in mind that we need to be doing all 3, that this is not happening in a vacuum of, we are trying, and I think every city and our county and our state and our federal government should be trying to do things that bring rents down, that increase the housing supply, that make more affordable housing. But that should not mean that we shouldn't pass policy that hinges on that protection piece of things, that makes it so that people aren't displaced or don't lose their homes. And as Councilmember Jordan emphasized, that's what this is trying to do. That is what is based on that core piece of assistance for people who are facing difficulty paying their housing costs. And I think that's an achievable goal, and it's something that is worth doing. Yeah, I think I'll stop there for now.
Just going to say, I think we can go back and forth throughout the evening on our respective opinions on the matter, the nuances and details of condition throughout our region. But I want to bring us and focus us back on the task at hand, which is addressing, 1, the language inside the proposed ballot measure, and how funding is currently lined up. I will say that I'm agreeable to a reduced rate structure. I think that's absolutely fair, and I think that's a concession worth making to, in this moment. In terms of what those exact line items are, I think it'd take a little bit of wrangling with me to adjust that, because I do want to ensure that if there does become a sticky situation with a tenant, that landlords at least have some form of protection or insurance, so to say, in that matter, that can be covered in those situations. So, I'm not a stickler to that particular item, but I think it'd be really difficult for me to etch that one out. But I'd love to hear more thoughts.
I'm not sure which item that is. Maybe you could be.
Well, you had mentioned about foreclosure prevention.
So that was foreclosure. So I'm fine with foreclosure when it comes to rented residences. That's great. I think that's a great advance. What I heard, and maybe misheard, was that the intention was also to make the funding available to foreclosure, averting foreclosure of owner-occupied residences, and that is what I'm not in favor of from this funding source.
Councilmember Jordan, you've got all the ideas. If you want to put it
I'll make a motion.
Format that I can understand as one block.
Yeah. So I will move to advance the development of the ordinance to the next meeting for finalization with the following adjustments. The tax rate for owners rent 4 residences or fewer would be 0.36. The rate for owners who rent residences of 5 units or more would be 1.0. The foreclosure provision would be only to support rental providers who, to avert foreclosure. Something else I'm forgetting here. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yes, and to exclude security deposits from being subject to the tax.
I'll second that.
May I ask a clarifying question on that?
Please.
In terms of the adjusted amounts, did you have an estimated total revenue figure?
It was
that you were-
475.
75. And were there particular, including all of the existing program elements expressed in the supplemental memo?
Yes, that was 125 for the administration, 250 for as I remember it, 250 for emergency tenant support and foreclosure version, 100 to capitalize a code enforcement to start with, and then 100 per year for legal services after that.
That's 575.
Oh, okay. Well, no,
At least
I don't know.
If I remember your original memo, the intention is that the code enforcement is funded up front, and then
Right,
in
it's
subsequent years, that same
one
amount
time,
goes.
yeah. So code enforcement would get capitalized first,
Okay.
and then the legal services would come in after that. So they're not additional, they're in series, one after the other. This is based on a conversation that once you capitalize a code enforcement program, it may not be 100% self-sustaining based on the fees when there are findings, but it would be nearly so. Thank you for checking my math, though. And so to come up with that, I used the number from the tax consultant, which was approximately, $767,000 per year or something like that. So simply 475 divided by 767.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Any council input there before? And it was seconded by Tiedemann. The clerk?
Councilmember Hanson Romero,
No.
Councilmember Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lopez,
Yep.
and Mayor Mickey's recused. The motion carries.
And I do want to say thank you. I appreciate that adjustment of language. I think that is more on the fair side. However, again, I feel like this is just really rushed, so.
And I, as I said earlier, I appreciate the honest discussion of it. I think, as I've stated before, I appreciate that this council is willing to get into issues like this and have a good quality discussion that really gets at the meat of it. Not all councils are always able to do that.
That concludes this item. We'll await Mayor Mickey to come back in and join the circus.
What?
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for running the last item. We'll move on to item 12, Council Subcommittee Reports and Council Member Reports on Appointed Representation of Albany and other meetings and events. Who would like to go first? Sure. Councilmember Tiedemann.
Thank you. I think I may only have one. I know. So actually, I have one that I was at and another one that I'm not actually on. There was the ABAG General Assembly last month, hosted at the Oakland Museum of California. It was a great event. We just barely made quorum, which you'd think would be easy with 109 delegates, but was challenging. But we made it, and we were able to pass ABAG's administrative budget, which is always the main item, work plan item on there. I will note, as I've noted before, that ABAG is facing a similar increase in CalPERS pension cost as we are, that they have to figure out how to fund. So the rates for cities may go up, but also they're trying to do that. Though also, ABAG benefits in that MTC covers the vast majority of its actual operating budget as the agencies are combined. So that admin budget is fairly small. We also had a presentation and panel discussion about resiliency, which was especially interesting given that many of those discussions focused around shoreline resiliency with sea level rise, which will be something that we should think about, especially with Golden Gate Fields being a thing always on our mind. And there was several innovative solutions there and cities around the Bay that are trying to solve that same problem. So we will have plenty of people to commiserate with as we figure that out. I also wanted to note that the MTC board, meeting as the governing board of BAFA, met on the 26th, which I'm not on that board, but I listened along intently. After much discussion, they unanimously voted to put a $20 billion 9-county regional bond on the ballot. So that is officially headed to the ballot after many votes I was on, and we have gotten there. So that is news, big news for the Bay, and I will have a future agenda item related to that when we get there.
Thank you, Councilmember Tiedemann. Vice Mayor?
I did have a ACMAD meeting scheduled last month. However, I was unable to make it due to personal circumstances with my chief of staff. I will say, though, for other meetings and events that I participated in, I did recently attend the Village Pride Festival that was hosted at UC Village, which was pretty amazing. Might have been the first Pride March in Albany. Folks were marching down the streets of UC Village. It was very, very pleasant and reassuring to see intersectional communities and identities come together, and would just love to see more of that. And then I did participate with a couple other folks whose talents may not be up to par at a bocce ball event. I wonder who I'm talking about. That's what you get for wearing that Steelers hat. It had led me to reconsider my career in politics and maybe consider a professional career in bocce ball.
The burns, they just keep coming.
Councilmember Jordan?
There was an Alameda CTC meeting, and I will defer, saying there was not a lot to report. I'll defer to next meeting.
Thank you. Councilmember Hanson-Romero?
Attended the last meeting where we mostly reappointed the next president, vice president of each of the groups. Also, but I do want to just, one of the big initiatives that we're still working on and that we're going to be doing more education and information and working with our restaurants here in Albany is how to reduce that food packaging waste and bring in more of reusables and comply with certain regulations. Some recommendations that I've talked with about is giving some of our businesses specific, tangible examples of what would be good items to use moving forward with, so that, and how to source them, where to source them, if there's special rates or any other grants that are available. And there are grants available through Stop Waste to help advance reusable foodware innovation and infrastructure. So anyway, they're a great group of people there who are willing to jump in and help us out and further those goals.
Wonderful, thank you. Let's see, meetings on my part. SF Opera, as I mentioned earlier this week, wonderful event. We had good representation. Councilmember Tiedemann and Councilmember Hanson-Romero were there as well. It was a wonderful event, as I mentioned earlier. I too participated in a bocce tournament. I will say that I think for us to better represent Albany, the city of Albany may want to relook at their parks master plan and include some bocce ball courts, because bocce ball and bowling are not the same thing. One should not be attempting to throw the ball as hard as one can. And no matter what I did, I hit the backboard, and you're not supposed to hit the backboard. Tried bouncing it off multiple walls, it still hit the backboard.
Oh, I am so sorry I missed this.
But we
Don't worry, there's video.
We had good fun. You know, they say first attempt in learning. I had my second attempt in learning. I had my third attempt in learning. I got to my fourth attempt in learning, and I was back at square one at that first attempt in learning. So, but we actually had great representation. Council members did a great job. Significant others did a great job, and former council member Peggy McQuaid did a great job as well. I hit the back wall a lot. With that, we have, in addition, an update on the, let me see, Housing Authority of Albany County that former Mayor and Council Member Peggy McQuaid included in our handout. Peggy, would you like to say anything? Okay. Any questions for Peggy? Okay, just checking. She's still here. With that, we'll go to any public comment. Not seeing any public comment. We'll move on to future agenda items. Are any public comment on future agenda items? Peggy, any future? Okay. Any council members that would like to add future agenda items?
I do want our council to seriously consider and explore the opportunity to tax short-term rentals in our city. Partly because on any given moment, when I look on just like one app, Airbnb, there's just over 36 units actively available, and there's way more than that, so we should be looking into that as well. All jokes aside, I would like our council to explore working with staff to bring a bocce ball court.
I will second that wholeheartedly.
I have one of, as I mentioned earlier, the regional bond has now been put on the ballot, so I'll be bringing forth a item to have the council officially endorse it.
Thank you. Not seeing any other future agenda items, we'll move on to announcements of city meetings and events. If you look at today's agenda, you can see many items. As announced earlier today by the city manager, we have our 4th of July celebration in Memorial Park from 11 to 3. For those who are still trying to understand ranked choice voting, informational session on July 9th from 6 to 8 p.m., and you can register for that online. And a reminder for those planning out to the future, National Night Out is August 6th. With that, we will adjourn. Thank you all who took part in today's meeting. If you or a loved one is experiencing thoughts of suicide, a mental health or substance use crisis, or any other kind of emotional distress, call or text 988 to speak to a trained crisis specialist. Thank you and good night, everyone.
Thank you.